Hello. We'll be talking about complete Solow model in this recording. This is a lengthy recording, but it will be very helpful to you if you listen to me and write notes side by side. We'll be covering almost every part of Solow model. We'll start with assumptions. We'll talk about the production function in intensive form, capital accumulation equation, interpretation of this capital accumulation equation. Then we will derive key equation of Solow model. We'll talk about how do we draw Solow diagram, what is capital deepening and capital widening. We'll talk about how the steady states are they going to change when population growth rate and savings rate are going to change. And then between the two steady states, how do we interpret the transition dynamics? That is what we are interested in. We'll slowly come over to then technological progress in Solow model. We'll see up until now, we would have seen everything without technological progress. And now we'll be looking at the technological progress. So we'll again derive the key equation of Solow model with technological progress and Solow diagram also with technological progress. We'll talk about the level effects and the growth effects. And then we will end up the discussion with the convergence in Solow model. That is it true that the poor countries will catch up with the rich countries? What is the distinction between the conditional and the unconditional convergence? So this complete recording is filled up with notes. My suggestion to you is pick up your pen and paper and register and start writing it out. It will really help. We have tried to bring nearly all the aspects of Solow model in this, and we hope you like this. Let us start today with Solow model. So this recording is about the different assumptions of the model and telling you about the two key equations in the Solow model. One is the production function and the another one is the capital accumulation equation. So there are a few assumptions which you are making on the outset. One, please write. Countries consume only a single homogeneous good. Only a single homogeneous good, right? So one of the assumption or one of the implication of this assumption is that there is no international trade in the model, right? Because there is only a single good. One of the country might give you X in order to get X only. What is the point? We will be relaxing these assumptions later on. Second, the technology is exogenous in simple terms. So it is given to you, right? So technology available to firms in this simple model is unaffected by the actions of the firms including R&D. Including R&D. So even if research and development is happening, this is not going to affect the technology. So whatever technology is given that is exogenous, we'll be dropping these assumptions later on. Simple thing. Now, there are two main equations in the model. So one equation we are talking about is the production function. And the another one is the capital accumulation equation. So let me talk about the first equation, which is your production function, right? So we are saying the production function is of the form y is equal to f k l, and let us also assume one form of the production function, which is k to the power alpha, l to the power 1 minus alpha, and alpha is a constant which is lying between 0 to 1. Which is lying between 0 to 1. So what we are assuming is that production function is given by y is equal to f of kl. There are two inputs to the production process, capital and labor. Now just think about it in this way, that growth of the economy is not only dependent upon the amount of the inputs which you are using, that is dependent upon many other things also. Political institutions, so whether your country has a democratic setup or not, right? Corruption. There are many other things which can also affect growth, but right now we are not taking all of them. So what we are saying is that output is dependent upon the inputs which are being used in this way, and there are two inputs to the factor of production. There are two inputs to the production process, and we are also assuming that technology is given to you. So we will drop these assumptions later on, but this is the thing. If you look at this production function, which is y is equal to f k l, k to the power alpha, l to the power 1 minus alpha, and let's say I increase k and l by lambda. K and l by lambda. So what happens is that I can take this lambda out. This is lambda to the power alpha, lambda to the power 1 minus alpha, k to the power alpha, l to the power 1 minus alpha. So it is lambda. Anji beta. So this is just lambda to the power 1. And what is this telling you? Because lambda is completely factored out, it is a homogeneous function. And the degree with which it is factored out is the degree of homogeneity here. So the degree with which it is factored out is 1. And if the degree of this homogeneity is equal to 1, you call this production function as a CRS production function. You have already done this in the micro course, right? So there are things from the micro which we will be assuming while doing macro, right? So because degree of homogeneity is equal to 1, so this production function exhibits CRS. So this production function exhibits CRS would mean what? That it is the constant returns to scale production function. So you were using, let's say, 1 unit of labor, 1 unit of capital. They were producing 1 unit of output. You use 2 units of labor and 2 units of capital. They will be producing 2 units of output, right? 3 units of labor, 3 units of capital, they'll be producing 3 units of output. So if doubling the input, your output gets doubled, that is the constant returns to scale. If by doubling of the input, your output more than doubles, that is increasing returns to scale. If by doubling of the input, your output less than doubles, that is decreasing returns to scale, right? Uh, so this is the constant returns to scale, okay? Let us also assume, so these are the assumptions also, that is, you're using 2 units of labor and capital. Oh, sorry, you're using 2 inputs, labor and capital, okay? And then the assumption is, let's say the firms are paying wage rate small w per unit to labor and the rental rate small r to capital. Firms in this economy pay workers a wage w per unit and a rental rate r per unit of capital for one period, right? Uh, and the another assumption is that there is perfect competition in the economy, right? So the firms, they are perfectly competitive producers, and right. So it is. Should I write this? You can have. This is the third assumption. The fourth assumption would be that the firms are perfectly competitive. Hmm. And then you have the firms in this economy, they pay the workers W per unit and the rental rate R per unit of capital for one period. Achha. There is an implication for the perfectly competitive firms, that these firms, they are the price takers. These firms, they are the price takers, right? And let us also assume, okay, so if they're the price takers, how will they be maximizing their profit? P into Y minus WL minus RK. Let me assume P to be 1, right? The prices of uh, these price of the goods and services, that is equal to 1. Y is nothing but my production function minus WL minus RK, right? So I need to maximize this under capital and labor. Now, when I say this, that means these are my control variables. I mean, I can control how much of labor and capital I want to employ. Del pi by del L is del F by del L minus W equals to 0. And then I differentiate this del pi by del K, which is del F by del K minus R equals to 0. So del F by del L is what? MPL, marginal product of labor Del F by del K is what? MPK, marginal product of capital. Guys, I hope you know this. I mean, we have done all of these things. Del F by del MPL. MPL is the, when you use one more unit of labor, what is the addition to the total output? That is what MPL is. MPK is you use one more unit of capital. What is the addition to the total output due to that? So what you are saying is that this MPL at the profit maximizing condition, the first order condition, MPL should be equal to W and MPK should be equal to R, right? Okay. But हमने तो, we have written our Y equals to this. Y or F of KL equals to this. So what is del Y by del L? 1 minus alpha L to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1 K to the power alpha L to the power minus alpha capital K to the power alpha, like this. We can write like this. Just remember this. We'll be using this later on. Del Y by del K is going to be what? Alpha K to the power alpha minus 1 L to the power 1 minus alpha. And if I just write this as this, so if I just write this as this is alpha minus 1, let's say, or minus of this guy. So if I just take this in the denominator, if I just take this in the denominator, so this is, if I'm writing this in the denominator, so this thing could be written as this 1 minus alpha minus 1, which is nothing but L to the power 1 minus alpha. So I'm just writing it in this way. I've just taken this in the denominator. I hope you understand this, right? So if I want to write this, beta, this is equivalent to this. Why? Because this L 1 upon L to the power alpha minus 1 could be written as L to the power minus alpha minus 1, which is L to the power 1 minus alpha only. Okay. So keep this thing in head. I'll come back to this. Keep this thing in head. I'll be coming back to this, right? Okay. So if you look at it carefully, what is it that we have said? That firms are going to employ labor up to the point where MPL is equal to W and capital up to the point where MPK is equal to R, right? Okay. Now, this was my MPL. Na? This is my MPL del Y. This was my MPL. Achha, can I write also like this? Just a working. What is going to be Y by L? What was Y? K to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha upon L. So what is this? K to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1. So what is this? K to the power alpha, L to the power minus alpha. So what is this? K upon L to the power alpha. So you guys can see this. So can I write this thing as 1 minus alpha Y by L? I can write it like this. Similarly, can I write what Y by K is? K to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha upon k. So that is k to the power alpha minus 1, L to the power 1 minus alpha. So I have just told you L to the power 1 minus alpha is equivalent to 1 upon L to the power alpha minus 1. है ना? I've just told you that. So can I write this alpha into y by k? I can write this. Achha. The other thing is that this is my MPL, and we have just found out that MPL is equal to W, right? Other thing is that this is what my MPK is, and we have just found out that MPK is equal to R from the first order condition, right? What was WL plus RK then? WL plus RK, what is this going to be? What is W? W is just this. 1 minus alpha y by L. This is what W is into L. Plus, what is R? Alpha into y by k into k. So what is left out by? What is left out? 1 minus alpha y plus alpha y. So this is what 1 minus alpha y plus alpha y. Cancel that out. So what are you saying? You are saying that the total output which is being produced, which is y, it is completely exhausted in giving out wages and giving out rent. This is the wage bill, WL. This guy is the rental bill. This guy is the rental bill, right? So please write this. The payments to the inputs completely exhaust the value of output produced so that there are no economic profits to be earned. That there are no economic profits to be earned. So what you are saying, beta, your profits was P into Y minus WL minus RK. But P you have assumed to be 1 minus WL plus RK. Abhi you have said that WL plus RK is nothing but equal to Y. So profits are 0. Your entire output which you were producing Y, that has gone in the distribution of wage bill and the rental bill, right? So This is the general property of the production function with the constant returns to scale, that you do not get any economic profit. So that entire profit is actually gone into giving wage to the labor and rent to the capital. You with me? Okay, I think I'll stop out here. We'll talk about the capital accumulation equation and a few more things about the production function in the next class. Right? Thank you, Beta. Let us take the discussion further for Solow model, which we were discussing yesterday. So we said this. We started with this kind of production function. Our production function was y equals to k to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha. And let's say 0 is alpha is less than 1. 0 is less than alpha is less than 1. Alpha is any constant. We know that L is the labor which is employed. W is the wage rate per unit of labor. So WL is the total wage bill. WL upon Y would be the share of wages in total output, right? Similarly, K is the capital which is employed. R is the per unit capital. Total rental bill. RK upon Y is share of rent in total output, right? Okay. Guys, you remember now? We did this. We said this, that MPL is equal to 1 minus alpha into Y by L. And this is equal to the wage rate. We said this, that MPK is equal to del Y by del K, which is equal to alpha Y by K, and that is equal to the rental rate. We did this yesterday. So don't forget this. So let me just copy this for you, because I'll be using it here. Yeah. We did this thing. And let me also copy this thing here. So I'm not in hurry in doing things. So you also, whenever you make notes, you have to make notes with utmost, as if you have all the time in the world. Then you understand, because these lectures are not meant for any kind of entertainment. Jaldi jaldi ho jaye. It is nothing like that. So go slow every time. Anyways, so you said this, that MPL is equal to the wage rate and MPL was equal to this. You also said this. So what is W into L? 1 minus alpha Y by L into L. So that is 1 minus alpha into Y. And what is W into L by Y? Just divided by Y. So you're left out with only 1 minus alpha. So 1 minus alpha is nothing but the share of wages in the total output, right? Similarly here, del Y by del K is alpha Y by K. Del Y by del K is the MPK. That is equal to alpha Y by K. We said this, that this MPK is equal to the rental rate. So we can write this way. What is RK is alpha y by k into k, that is equal to alpha y. And what is rk upon y? That is y. So that is alpha. So share of rent in the total output is alpha. This was your production function, right? This was your production function. And alpha is the share of, you can say, rent in the total output or share of capital in the total output. And 1 minus alpha is the share of wages or share of labor in the total output, right? So what you want to say by this is that the factor shares are constant. This is the factor share. Factor shares are constant. This is the factor share of labor. This is the factor share of capital. This is the factor share of labor and capital. Okay. Now, if I want to convert this production function, which I have, in the intensive form of the production function, then how I can do that? So intensive form means the per capita output. Production function in intensive form. Intensive form or in the per capita output form, or output per labor form, output per worker form. These are the different names. Output per worker or output per capita, right? Output per worker, output per capita, like this. So what is output per worker? Capital Y by L, and which we denote as small y. Which we denote as small y. And beta, what is capital Y? K to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha upon this L here. So what is this? This is nothing but K by L to the power alpha. And this is nothing but small k to the power alpha. So you have output per capita is small k to the power alpha, right? Small k to the power alpha. Small, guys, this is nothing but capital per labor, right? Or capital labor ratio, right? Or capital per worker. This is capital per worker. This is capital per worker. So this is the production function in the intensive form, right? And you have also assumed that 0 is less than alpha is less than 1. How does it look like? Okay. 1. If small k is 0, then small y is 0 to the power alpha, which is 0. Means production function is passing through origin, first thing, right? Or you want to write this more technically, intensive form. Production function is passing through origin, one thing. Achha, second thing, what is d small y by d small k? alpha small k to the power alpha minus 1. Beta, alpha is positive and alpha means alpha is greater than 0. Alpha is less than 1, so alpha minus 1 is also positive. So k to the power this thing, this is positive, right? So it means this is an increasing function. This is an increasing function. d2y by dk2 would be alpha into alpha minus 1, k to the power alpha minus 1 minus 1. So this would be alpha into alpha minus 1, right? Into k to the power alpha minus 2. Beta, alpha minus 1 would be negative, na? Alpha is less than 1. So alpha minus 1 would be negative. Alpha is positive. So this guy is negative. So if the second derivative is negative, so you have the concave function. You have the concave function. One thing. So if I just want to put this on the graph, small k here, small y here, leave the function like this. This is small y equals to small k to the power alpha, something like this. So this is a concave function, right? One, it is passing through origin, it is an increasing function, and this is a concave function, one thing, right? So yes, if you add more capital, so if capital is going to increase, means capital labor ratio is going to increase, means you will be able to produce more output per worker. That is for sure. This is given by d small y by d small k. So beta, if k is going to increase, k by L is going to increase, assuming that there is no change in the labor. Small k is going to increase. Small y is increasing for sure. So that is what is meant by the first one, second one. But the increase in output per worker within every increase in capital per worker, that is going to be diminishing. You've done this, right? In your micro course also you've done this, that the marginal product of inputs is positive, but it is diminishing, right? So diminishing marginal product. So please write, with more capital, per worker, means now every worker has more capital given to him. So he'll be able to produce more output also. Every worker will be able to produce more output. Firms produce more output per worker. Right. But there are diminishing returns to the capital per worker. So each additional unit of capital per worker is going to add less and less addition to the output per worker. This is what you do in case of your marginal product also. You remember that, huh? You say that marginal product of labor is positive. But if you keep on increasing this labor, then marginal product of labor will keep on falling. Marginal product of labor itself is positive. So you definitely need an input which has the marginal product positive, because otherwise, why will you use that input? It's whose marginal product is 0 or whose marginal product is negative. I mean, that is not a profitable input then. So, and that is not profitable to use such an input in case of the marginal product is going to be negative. But the increase in marginal product as labor is going to increase, that is going to fall. So that is what diminishing marginal product is. So for example, there is a fixed amount of land and you keep on increasing the amount of labor in that land. So every additional unit of labor will be adding less and less to the output. That is what is meant by the diminishing marginal product of labor. And in terms of capital per worker, what you are saying is this, however. There are diminishing returns. To capital per worker. So each additional unit of capital per worker is going to add less and less amount of addition to the output per worker. That's an idea. So you have this thing. So I'll talk about the second equation of the Solow model in the next class, which is your capital accumulation equation, right? Sure. Thank you, Veda. So we started with this production function, y equals to k to the power alpha, l to the power 1 minus alpha. 0 is less than alpha is less than 1. And we reached till this production function in the intensive form, right? So we have done this much in the Solow model up until now. Now we are moving on to the another equation of the Solow model, in which is the main equation, the capital accumulation equation. The capital accumulation equation. Which is, let me write the equation first and then I'll explain. K dot is Sy minus delta K. Now let's look at all of these terms separately. K dot is the instantaneous change in K. So what is instantaneous change in K? Let me just write first of all. Instantaneous change in K. So instantaneous change in K could be written as like this. The capital in time period t plus 1 minus capital in time period t, right? That is the change in capital. And if I want to find out the growth rate in capital, then don't you think I have to find this out? Kt plus 1 minus Kt whole upon Kt. So Kt plus 1 minus Kt is just telling me the change in capital. But if I want to find out how the capital is growing over time, then I will also have to divide it by Kt, right? This instantaneous change in capital is written as K dot, capital K dot, or more technically, this is the derivative of K with respect to time. This is the derivative of capital K with respect to time, d capital K by dt. Now, so this is just telling you, I mean, in time period, let's say, I'm just giving an example. So if the capital here you have time and here you have capital. So this is just telling you a time period t, this is the amount of the capital which you have. At time period t plus 1, this is the amount of the capital which you have. So what is the change in capital? This is what dk by dt is telling you. But for the growth rate in capital, you need to find out the division of this K dot with K. That's what I hope you know this. That is, you find out the growth rate in any variable. For example, output in year 2021. Output in year 2021. You want to find out the growth rate in output. So what you do with respect to 2020 output, you do it this way only. Upon output 2020. This way. You do it this way only. Yeah. Okay. So one thing is this, that this is the way we write the instantaneous change, and the growth rate in capital then would be written as capital K dot by capital. One thing should be clear at the outset. Capital K dot is instantaneous change in K. Capital K dot by capital K is the growth rate in K. Or you say the proportional change in K. Or you say the proportional change in K. Okay. This capital K dot, when I say that capital in time period T plus 1 is KT, capital KT plus 1, in time period T, it was capital KT. So the change in the capital stock is nothing but the net investment. So this capital K dot is what you call as net investment. Net investment. Small sy. So what you are doing is, what you are saying here is this. In the closed economy, all amount is, or whatever amount is saved, that is invested, right? So investment is equal to savings. So whether you write gross savings or you write gross investment, that means one and the same thing. One thing. Okay. What happens in the closed economy? Y is equal to C plus I plus G. This is what you get in the closed economy. So I can also write this as Y minus C minus, okay, Y minus C minus G equals to I. I can write like this. So beta, what is this? This is nothing but your savings, or you can call as savings or gross savings, what you have. So from the total income, the amount which you have taken out for consumption, means consumers have spent something, or the amount which government has spent. So whatever is left out is what your savings are, and this is nothing but your gross investment. This is nothing but your gross investment. And this guy, can I also do it this way? Y minus C minus T is nothing but private savings. I have done nothing. I have just added and subtracted T from here. And T minus G is nothing but public savings. Public savings are government savings. Let's think about it. What is the expenditure of the government? G. What is the income of the government? T. So from the income, if you deduct the expenditure, is what you get is the savings of the government, right? So adding them together, private savings plus public savings, you add them together, what you get is the gross savings. These are equal to gross investment. So whether I write gross investment or I write gross savings, that means one and the same thing, right? So these are savings. So let's say capital S are what my gross savings are. They are equal to some proportion of the total income. Some proportion of the total income. What is that? What is that some proportion? Is what savings propensity or savings ratio. This is exogenously given. Exogenously given means given to you from outside. Savings propensity, exogenous. Also, this capital Y is nothing but what? You remember now? We have just done this in the last class. Total income is the total wage income plus total rental income. That's what WL plus RK. One thing. And these gross savings are nothing but equal to investment. Gross savings are nothing but equal to investment. So why I'm writing it here? So these are gross savings, and these gross savings are equal to gross investment. Are equal to gross investment. Fair enough. Okay. Then some amount of the capital which you have invested, or some amount of capital or the machines which you have used, they are subject to normal wear and tear. They are subject to normal wear and tear. So this delta K is nothing but the replacement cost or the depreciation. What you have? Delta is the depreciation rate and delta K is the total replacement cost. I'll tell you what exactly this would be, right? So please write delta K is the total, the depreciation of capital stock that occurs during production. That occurs during production, right? And delta is nothing but the depreciation rate, and this is also given to you from outside. So from gross, when you deduct depreciation, what you get is net. So from gross investment, when you deduct depreciation, what you get is net investment, right? So this is what you have. K dot is SY minus delta K, right? K dot is SY minus delta K. So if the gross investment is more than what is needed to keep the capital stock unchanged, the total capital in the economy is going to increase. Now, what is it that I've said? If I want to keep the capital stock unchanged, it means K dot has to be equal to 0, right? At capital K dot equals to 0, capital stock is intact. Capital stock is intact. Capital stock is intact means capital is not changing. Capital is not changing. Why? Because whatever you are investing, that is equal to the replacement capital or replacement cost. So I have invested, let's say, 5 machines. And if I want to keep my capital stock unchanged, I have to replace this capital by 5 machines. So there is no addition to what do you call the capital stock in the economy. But supposedly, if the replacement cost is just 5 machines in the economy, so if you want to keep the capital stock unchanged, you just need 5 more machines. So that is what my depreciation is. That is what my replacement cost is. But I have invested in the economy 10 machines. So the investment, the gross investment, the number of additions of the machines is more than the replacement of the machines. Then the capital stock in the economy is going to increase, right? If Sy is greater than delta K, then delta K is greater than 0. If Sy is less than delta K, then delta K is less than 0. Again, understand, this looks very simple, but there is a point here. Supposedly, if you want to keep the capital stock unchanged, you need 5 machines, let us say, in your economy. But the gross investment in the period is just for 2 machines. So you have just invested 2 more machines. While in order to keep the capital stock unchanged, you need 5 machines. So the capital in the economy is going to fall. So their K dot is going to fall. Capital K dot is going to fall. I'm very particular about using the words capital and small here, because very soon we're going to convert this equation in the output per worker, where we will be using small y, small k. So be very, very clear about all that. So SY is the gross investment, gross savings. So you're writing gross investment in terms of savings. You are saying the number of machines added in the economy. So how many number of machines added in the economy? Let's say 10. Delta K is the number of machines which need to be added to the economy to keep the capital unchanged. So let's say that is 5 machines. So if you are adding more machines, then what is needed to be added to keep the capital unchanged, then definitely capital K dot is going to increase. If you are adding less machines than what is needed to keep capital unchanged, then capital is going to fall. Then capital is going to fall, right? So abhi tak, what is it that we have done? We have just defined what the capital accumulation equation is. And we have talked about what is this instantaneous change in K and what is the growth rate in capital. So what you call as K dot, capital K dot, that is the instantaneous change in K. That is nothing but dk by dt. And what you call as K dot by K is nothing but the growth rate in capital or the proportional change in capital. So I'll be talking about I'll be converting this capital accumulation equation in the capital per worker form, and we'll call that as the key equation of Solow model. And we'll be doing that in the next class, right? Thank you, Beta. Up until now, we have derived we have started with this production function. And from there, we have derived the intensive form of the production function. Small y is equal to small k to the power alpha, where small y is output per capita and small k is capital labor ratio. And we have also derived the capital accumulation equation. Capital K dot is S capital Y minus delta capital K. Now we want to convert this capital accumulation equation in the per capita form. We want to convert this capital accumulation equation in per capita form. Per capita form of capital accumulation equation. Per capita form of capital accumulation equation. Right. Okay, now just think about it. You have like this. So capital K dot is equal to Sy minus delta K, right? Okay. Can I take a step back and can I write what is small k? Small k is K by L, right? Okay. Can I write what is log of small k equals to, which is log of capital K minus log of capital L? Yes. Okay. Can I take the time derivatives of both the sides? Yes, I can. So I can differentiate this with respect to time. I can do that. So what will this come out to be? 1 upon small k, because the derivative of log k is what? 1 upon small k. Derivative of log small k is what? 1 upon small k. D small k by dt. This is 1 upon capital K d capital K by dt minus 1 upon L d capital L by dt. 1 upon capital L d capital L by dt. Right? Fair enough. Acha, what is d small k by dt? We have said that this is equal to the instantaneous rate. So it is small k dot by small k. So d small k by dt is small k, small k dot. D capital k by dt is capital K dot. D L by dt is L dot. This is capital K dot by capital K minus L dot by L. And what is small k dot by small k? That is the growth rate in small k. What is capital K dot by capital K? Growth rate in aggregate capital. What is L dot by L? Growth rate in labor. Right? Fair. Okay. Now, I want to tell you one thing, that there is an assumption which says that labor force is exogenously growing at the rate n. Labor force is exogenously growing at the rate n. This population growth rate or the labor force growth rate is given to you. This is given to you. This is exogenously given to you. And this is also one of the weaknesses of the model, if you just have a look at this. Why? Because the model is not able to distinguish between the population growth rate and the labor force growth rate. So according to the model, in case if the child is born today, that is the addition to the labor force. But once a child actually becomes a labor force, a huge amount of time has passed. But the model is assuming that the population growth rate and the labor force growth rate, that means one and the same thing. One. And the other thing is, there are only two factors which are affecting the output. What? Capital and labor. Out of that, you have assumed one of the factors, growth rate, is as given to you. So everything is now dependent upon how capital is growing over time. So that is also one of the weakness. Anyways, so you are given that labor force is exogenously growing at the rate n. So some of the books, they write it like this, that LT is equal to L naught e to the power nt, like this. So L naught is the initial amount of labor and n is, let's say, the growth rate in labor. N is the growth rate in labor, and this LT is the labor at the time t. L naught is the initial labor. So let's say I take the log of both the sides. Plus log of e to the power nt. But I hope you know this rule. Log of e to the power some constant is a constant. You take the time derivatives. This will be 0 because log of L naught is given to you. That's a constant. Plus you differentiate this nt with respect to t, which is coming out to be n only. What is log of capital L by by dt? You take the time derivatives. This will be 0 because log of L0 is given to you. That's a constant. Plus you differentiate this nt with respect to t, which is coming out to be n only. What is log of capital L by by dt? This is 1 upon L dl by dt. What is dl by dt? L dot. And this is n. So this is n. So this is what I meant to say, that the growth rate in labor force is equal to n. Growth rate in labor force is equal to n. Fair enough. So we have done two things, Abhita. One, we have written that small k dot by small k is equal to k, capital K dot by capital K minus L dot by L. Right? Okay. And this is capital K dot by capital K. And what is L dot by L? N. What is L dot by L? N. Okay. What is small k dot by small k? And what is capital K dot? You have written. What is your capital accumulation equation, which was what? Sy minus delta K whole upon K, right? Minus, I can write like this. Fair enough. So let me write in a proper way here. So small k dot by small k is S capital Y by K minus delta minus N, right? Third step, small k dot by small k equals to S. Can I divide numerator denominator by L? I can. Capital K by L minus, I can take minus common. This is N plus delta. Okay. Now what it becomes? Small k dot by small k equals to S. What is capital Y by L? That is small y. Output per labor is small y. Upon what is capital K by L? Small k minus N plus delta, right? Then I can write k dot as small k dot as so this thing will become what? Sy minus N plus delta small k. And beta, what is small y? You have just written small y is the production function in the intensive form. What is that? Small k to the power alpha minus N plus delta small k. This is small k dot. This is the key equation of the Solow model. This is important for us, a very important expression. This guy is the key equation of Solow model. This guy is the key equation of Solow model. Okay. How do we interpret this? So let me write the two expressions which we have derived. S small y minus N plus delta small. So let us just compare. Let us just compare them. So you have one, the capital accumulation equation, and this is now capital accumulation per worker equation. This is the key equation of the Solow model. So here, what is capital K dot telling you? Net investment. Here, small k dot is telling you net investment per worker. Here, S capital Y is telling you gross investment. Here, S small y is telling you gross investment per worker, right? Here, delta K is telling you replacement investment or total depreciation, whatever, to keep the replacement investment is replacement investment to keep the capital stock unchanged. Here, N plus delta small k is telling you replacement investment per worker. But there is one addition here. What is delta K? That is delta K. So what is delta K telling you? See, in every year, there are n new workers which are also added. So, sorry, the new thing is this nk. I'm so sorry. Because delta small k is fine. Just say delta capital K is your depreciation. Delta small k is depreciation per worker. What is nk? That's an addition. Nk is telling you, see, there are n new workers which are added every year in the economy. So you have to equip these n new workers with the same number of machines so that the investment per worker, it remains constant, right? Or the net investment per worker, it remains constant. So for example, in this class, there are, let's say, 10 people and everyone has 5 units of capital. And there are 5 new people also come into this class. So if you want that everyone should have now 5 units per of capital each, then those 5 new workers which have just come into the class, those also should be equipped with 5 units of capital. No? So for every n worker, there are workers which are being added. For every worker, there are n new workers which are being added. So you have to equip these n new workers also with the same amount of capital per worker. With the same amount of capital per worker. So please write this. In each period, n new workers would be added to the economy who were not there last period. Who were not there last period, right? So these new workers also have to be equipped with the same amount of capital to keep capital per worker unchanged. To keep capital per worker unchanged. So the idea is, I'll again repeat that statement. So in class, let's say there are 10 people and 5 more people are now added. Earlier, everyone in the class, those 10 people had 5 units of capital each. Now those 5 more people have come. In case if you do not give them the same amount of capital, which everyone has, then the capital per worker will fall. So you have to, if you want that capital per worker to remain constant, then this would mean that you have to equip these 5 new people which have been added to the class with the same amount of capital per worker. Otherwise, capital per worker is going to fall. So this is the key equation of Solow model, and this is the interpretation of this key equation of Solow model, right? Okay. Thank you, beta. Solow diagram. We have 2 equations up until now. If you have seen the earlier recordings, one is small y equals to small k to the power alpha. Alpha is lying between 0 to 1. This is the production function in the intensive form. In intensive form. And you have the another equation also. This is the first equation. And you have the another equation, which is k dot equals to s small y minus n plus delta small k. Small k dot equals to s small y minus n plus delta small k. So this is the key equation. Of Solow model. This guy is the key equation of Solow model, right? Acha, then before I just draw this, what are the parameters, what are the exogenous variables, and what are the endogenous variables? So let me write a point about them. Uh, So endogenous variables are those variables whose values are determined within the model itself. So endogenous variable. Endogenous variables, right? They are those variables whose values are determined within the, whose values are determined within the model, right? So, for example, in this case, small k, small y, these are endogenous variables, right? And parameters, parameters. Parameters are a given number, right? For example, small s, for example, alpha, for example, initial value of capital per worker, for example, population growth rate. These are the single variable and single values, right? They're not changing over time. Then you have exogenous variables. exogenous variables. They can vary over time, but their values are determined outside the system. So for parameters also, the values are determined outside the system. For exogenous variables also, the values are determined outside the system. But in case of parameters, they are given. Exogenous variables, they can also increase over time, right? So they may vary over time. They may vary over time, but whose values are determined outside the system or outside the model, right? So for example, capital N. For example, capital N. So you should understand what are the endogenous, exogenous variables, and what is it, what are the parameters, and what you can determine and what you can't determine, and what is given to you from outside. So you know what is endogenous, you know what are parameters, and you know what are exogenous variables. Okay. Now, let us say I have this expression with me, this model. With me. And on the x-axis, I have small k, which is your capital per labor. On the y-axis, I have gross investment per worker, small s into small k. I think I have told you last time also. If you remember, we have sorry, this is small one. We have written S capital Y as gross investment and S small y as gross investment per worker, right? So this is gross investment per worker. Fair enough. And in the initial recordings of the Solow model, if you have been following this properly, then we have derived the production function like this. Small y equals to small k to the power alpha. So, and we have shown that this production function was concave, right? This production function was concave. One thing, let me just draw that production function again. And I have the function like this. Y is equal to small k to the power alpha, right? Now, I have y is equal to small k to the power alpha. Now, if I'm going to multiply this y with small s on both the sides, I get small s into k to the power alpha. Now, this s is a constant term. That is a savings propensity. It is lying between 0 to 1. So don't you think that this sy or s into small k to the power alpha term is nothing but the dampened version of small y? So this guy s small y is s small k to the power alpha. So S small k to the power alpha is the gross investment per worker, and this is the dampened version of y equals to k, small y equals to k to the power alpha curve. S small y is a dampened version of small y curve, right? S small y is the dampened version of the small y curve, right? Okay, it is, this curve is translated down by small s. That's it, by a factor of x. So please write this curve means small s into small y curve, this curve is translated down by small s, right? Okay. Then you have the another line, which is your n plus delta k line. N plus delta k line. This is the amount of investment per worker which is required to keep the capital per worker unchanged. We have talked about this, right? This is your replacement level of investment per worker, which is required to keep the capital per worker unchanged. And please write n plus delta k n plus delta k represents the amount of new investment per worker right? Amount of new investment per worker required to keep the capital per worker unchanged. That's what it is. Your k dot is what? S small y minus n plus delta k, right? And replacement investment per worker is that. So everyone has, let's say, 5 units of capital per worker. And you have invested 10 units of capital per worker. But there has been the depreciation so of the 5 units. So you are left out with only 5 units of capital per worker. So you're left out with only 5 units of capital per worker. So in order to keep the capital per worker unchanged, the amount of machines which you need to add to keep the capital per worker unchanged, that is what the replacement capital is. Because with a normal wear and tear, there is some amount of machines which are just get obsolete, right? So you need to invest again in that number so that capital per worker remains unchanged. So because if the number of machines getting obsolete are more than the number of machines which you add, so the capital per worker is going to fall. So if you want to keep the capital per worker unchanged, you have to add the number of machines also. And the point is, this is telling you, SY is telling you the number of machines added per worker. N plus delta K is telling you number of machines need to be added per worker. So if the number of machines added per worker is equal to number of machines need to be added per worker to keep the capital per worker unchanged, you say small k dot is 0. If the number of machines added per worker are more than what is needed to keep capital per worker unchanged, then capital per worker will increase. If the number of machines added per worker is less than the number of machines need to be added per worker to keep capital per worker unchanged, capital per worker is going to fall. That's it, right? So this entire curve, this green curve, is telling you the number of machines added per worker. This red line is telling you number of machines need to be added per worker. At this point, the number of machines added per worker is equal to the number of machines need to be added per worker, and you call this as the steady state. You call this as the steady state where nothing is changing, right? Capital per worker is not growing. It is an equilibrium at this point. Uh, so when the number of machines added per worker is equal to the number of machines need to be added per worker, this is the steady state. But what about this point? Cannot. Here, number of machines added per worker is more than the number of machines need to be added per worker. So the capital per worker is going to increase. And it is going to increase till when? Till the steady state is reached. Similarly, here. Here, the number of machines added per worker is less than the number of machines need to be added per worker. So the capital per worker is going to fall. When capital per worker is going to fall, it is going to fall till when? Till the steady state is reached. That is at this point. So this is the steady state. This guy is the steady state. Although I'm not telling you about the stability, but if you look at it, this is a stable equilibrium. You start from anywhere, you are moving towards an equilibrium point. So this is a stable equilibrium. This is a stable equilibrium. You start from anywhere, you're moving towards this point. So you're starting from the left of the steady state, you're moving towards the steady state. You're starting from the right of the steady state, you're moving towards the steady state. So this is a stable equilibrium. What is an unstable equilibrium? You move away from an equilibrium. So if you start from the left, you move further away from the steady state. You start from the right, you move further away from the steady state. So that is what the unstable equilibrium is. But that's not what we are doing right now. I'm just telling you that this is the way you solve. This is the Solow diagram. And I want to tell you two more points. There is something which is called the capital deepening. There is something which is called capital deepening and something which is called capital widening. Capital deepening. Right? Capital deepening. Okay. When the amount of capital per worker, amount of machines you're adding per worker is more than the amount of machines need to be added per worker, then capital per worker is increasing. So when this change is positive, you say that the capital is deepening. So every labor now has more amount of capital with him. When every labor has more amount of capital with him, when this change means when the number of machines you add per worker is more than the number of machines you need to add per worker, then every worker has more amount of machines with them. This change, this difference between the number of machines added and the number of machines need to be added, when this change is positive, when this change is positive, an economy is increasing. Its capital per worker we say that capital deepening is occurring. We say that capital deepening is occurring, right? Okay. Achha, there can also be the case that capital is increasing, but labor force is also increasing. Capital is increasing, but labor force is also increasing. And when with an increase in the capital, your labor force also increases. Then what happens is that there is no increase in the capital per worker. And that is what is called the capital widening. When every labor has more machines with him, that is capital deepening. Capital widening is that yes, capital is increasing, but at the same time, labor force is also increasing. So the number of machines per worker is not increasing, but the capital is increasing. So capital widening is this. Capital widening, right? When the stock of capital is increasing, at the same rate as the labor force and the depreciation rate. Right? So this is what capital deepening and capital widening is. Capital deepening and capital widening is. So when you move from K naught to K star, right? Here in this diagram, this is the capital deepening case. That is, every individual has more amount of capital per worker. Every individual has more capital with him. That is the capital deepening case. So, beta, this is what I wanted to do in this class, right? Thank you, beta. Comparative statics in Solow diagram. Before I start, I just want to say sorry. I mean, I was not able to make videos since last 3-4 days. There is some problem in my eye. I hope it will be fine soon. So I'll try to complete it. Comparative statics in Solow diagram. So we have seen how do we draw Solow diagram in the last class, right? And how do we interpret this green curve showing the number of machines added per year per worker, and this red curve is showing you the number of machines need to be added per worker per year to keep capital per worker unchanged. Now let us look at comparative statics. Means that you are changing some of the parameters. So let's say you change the savings rate, or you change the population growth rate, right? Then what happens? So the first case 1, increase in savings rate. So we'll draw the initial Solow diagram first. So you have capital per worker here, and you have investment per worker, or replacement investment per worker, gross investment per worker, like this thing here. So you have the green curve, like this, small s into small k to the power alpha, and this curve, which is your replacement investment curve, n plus delta small k. So this class is assuming that you have seen the earlier recording. And we know that our steady state is at this point. So at this small k star, the number of machines added is equal to the number of machines need to be added per worker per year to keep capital per worker unchanged. That is what the steady state is, right? Okay. Now we are saying that savings rate is going to increase. So this small s is coming only in this curve, this green curve. It is not coming here or anywhere. So what will happen is that this savings curve will be, because of the increase in savings, the savings curve will shift upwards, right? Savings rate has increased. So savings curve will shift upwards from this point to this point, right? So the new steady state is this. Now, new steady state is this now. So let me call this as K naught star. This one is small K1 star. Achha, now just have a look at this. Let me also just point this out. These are point A and B at which the number of machines added per worker is equal to the number of machines need to be added per worker. Okay. Now you just look at the initial steady state. At initial steady state, but new savings rate. Listen to me carefully. At initial steady state, but new savings rate. This point. Steady state is initial, K naught star, but new savings rate. This is telling you what? This point is telling you what? This is the point in the green curve, number of machines added per worker per year. This point is telling you what? This red line is telling you what? Number of machines need to be added per worker per year. So what is happening? You are adding more machines per worker per year than what you need to add per worker per year to keep capital per worker unchanged. So what will happen? Every worker will have now more capital with it. So the capital per worker is increasing. And it is increasing till when? It is increasing till new steady state is reached. So at the initial steady state, and the new savings rate, the number of machines you are adding per worker per year is more than the number of machines you need to add per worker per year to keep capital per worker unchanged. So what will happen? Every worker will now have more machines with him. So capital per worker is going to increase, and it will increase till when? It will increase till new steady state is reached. That is the point. So what is the second one? Case 2. Increase in population growth rate. Increase in population growth rate. Right? Okay. This is small k. This is investment per worker. And here you have this guy. Small s into small k to the power alpha. This is telling you, this curve is telling you the number of machines you're adding per worker per year. This is telling you, number of, this is n plus delta small k. This red line is telling you number of machines need to be added per worker per year. This is the initial steady state. Now when this population growth rate has increased. So what will happen? It has increased from n to n dash. It has increased from n to n dash, right? So the new steady state is reached here. Okay, now listen to me carefully. At the initial steady state in the new population growth rate, beta, these are your two steady states now. This one and this one. This is the old steady state or original steady state. This is the new steady state. So at the initial steady state capital per worker and the new population growth rate here, what is happening? Here you are adding less number of machines per worker per year than what you need to add per worker per year. So now every worker will have less machines available with him. So capital per worker is going to fall, and it will fall till when? It will fall till new steady state is reached. Given stuff. It will stall. It will fall till new steady state is reached. Right? Okay. Achha, then I would want you to just have a look at this. So please write steady state quantity of capital per worker is given by the condition k, small k dot is equal to 0. But a small k dot key expression we have derived now. S into small y minus n plus delta small k. What is small k dot? 0. In place of small y, I can write small k to the power alpha. Like this, right? Okay. Now, can I write it this way? S upon n plus delta k upon k to the power alpha. So can I write it like this? S upon n plus delta k to the power 1 minus alpha. So I can raise, I can take the root of this thing for the power of 1 upon 1 minus alpha. So it is S upon n plus delta to the power 1 upon 1 minus alpha is equal to k, small k star. So this is that level of, this is the steady state level of capital per worker. Steady state level of capital per worker. And what is the steady state level of output per worker? So your small y star, small k star to the power alpha, alpha upon to the power alpha upon alpha minus alpha upon 1 minus alpha. So this is steady state level of output per worker. Mhm. This is the steady state level of output per worker. So you have the steady state level of capital per worker, and you have the steady state level of output per worker. So what is it that you did in this class? You found out the steady state level of capital per worker and output per worker, and you also looked at two comparative statics, that is through Solow diagram, increase in savings rate and increase in population growth rate, right? Thank you, Beta. Let us look at transition dynamics in Solow model. We have seen that at the steady state, capital per worker is not growing. That is what the meaning of steady state is, that capital per worker is not growing. So here at this point, this is what my steady state level of capital per worker. But here K dot is equal to 0, right? So K dot by K is equal to 0. So the way you have found out steady state is by putting K dot equal to 0. So the moment you put K dot equal to 0, so this small K dot by small k, that is also equal to 0. That means the capital per worker is not growing. Small K dot is instantaneous change in K, small k. Small K dot by small k is growth rate in small k. So capital per worker is not growing in steady state. So one thing is that. But what is happening in off steady state position? When you are not at the steady state, that is what we are interested in, right? So there can be growth when you are below steady state, but then the moment you reach at steady state, the growth is going to be halted, right? So in this model, economies may grow for some time but they can't grow forever, right? So if there is an economy which has still not reached its steady state, it will be experiencing growth. So while transiting towards steady state, it will experience growth, right? But the moment it reaches steady state, then the growth is halted. But that is what we are interested in. What is happening when economy is not at steady state? That is what we are interested in, right? So an economy that begins with the stock of capital per worker below steady state value will experience growth in small k and small y along the transition path. I'll be telling you what that transition path is. Along the transition path, right? Now, this is along the transition path. Transition part to what? To the steady state. To the steady state, right? So the further away you are from the steady state, more growth you will experience. Closer and closer you are going to reach towards the steady state, growth will be lower. And the growth is going to completely halt. It will be stopped the moment you reach steady state. Over time, growth slows down. As the economy approaches its steady state. And eventually, growth stops altogether. So we'll go back to our key equation of Solow model. We'll go back to our key equation of Solow model, which is what? Small k dot equals to S small y minus n plus delta small k. So this is small k dot S, but you have already derived earlier in the earlier recording that small y is output per worker, which is equal to small k to the power alpha. So if you have not seen those recordings, please do that. Minus n plus delta small k. Okay. Achha, this is instantaneous change in small k. If I want to write the growth rate, so can I divide both the sides by small k? I can. Small k dot upon small k is S into small k to the power alpha minus 1 minus n plus delta. This small k will get cancelled out. This small k will get cancelled out, right? So this is what we have. So this is the growth rate in capital per worker. This, so I'll just write it somewhere. This small k dot by small k is nothing but the growth rate in capital per worker. Achha, the way capital per worker is going to grow, it will have the proportional change on the output per worker also. Why? Because I hope you remember this, that small y is equal to small k to the power alpha, right? I can take log of both the sides. So it is log small y equals to alpha log small k. I can do it this way. I can take the time log derivatives. D log small y upon dt equals to alpha d log small k upon dt. So this thing is what? 1 upon y, 1 upon small y into d small y by dt equals to alpha 1 upon small k into d small k by dt. We can write like this. So what is d small y by dt? Small y dot upon small y. So alpha. What is so d small k by dt? Small k dot by small k. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever is happening in growth rate of capital, that is proportionally affecting the output per capita also. This is also you need to understand this. So what is the meaning of this point? This point means can I just the meaning of this point is that the growth rate of small y, that is output per capita, is proportional to the growth rate in capital per worker, right? Growth rate in small y is proportional to the growth rate of small k, right? So the way, I mean, whatever you say about small k, you can easily say almost the similar thing about small y also, because the growth rate of small y is proportional to the growth rate of small k. Fair. Achha, then you think about it this way. I'll just rewrite this equation because I'll be needing it. That is small k dot by small k is equal to s small k to the power alpha minus 1 minus n plus delta. I hope you are not in a hurry, because I am not in a hurry, right? So these lectures are not in any way, in any kind quick fixes. So you will have to sit with them. I'm assuming that you are writing alongside, you will understand it more. I can just assume and I can just advise you that it'll be helpful for you. Okay. Acha, other thing is alpha is lying between 0 to 1, so it is less than 1. So let's say you have alpha is half, right? Or anything. So it is going to be what? Say alpha is equal to half. So alpha minus 1 is equal to half minus 1, that is minus half. So small k to the power minus half, it will be something like 1 upon root, something like this, right? So the idea is that as your capital is going to grow, capital is going to increase, capital is going to grow, then the growth rate of capital will eventually fall, right? It is going to eventually fall. So please write this. Because alpha is less than 1, right? As k rises, as small k rises. So be very particular in Solow model, whether you are saying small k or you're saying capital K. That is important for us. Small k, as small k rises, the growth rate of small k gradually declines, right? Growth rate of small k gradually declines. So you look at this thing. So this is the first term, this is the second term. As your small k is going to increase, this term is going to grow, is going to fall, right? as your small k is increasing, S is given to you from outside. So you have the first term is S into k to the power alpha minus 1. This is the first term, right? Or in simple words, don't write this. Let's say if alpha is equal to half, then it is S upon root k, like this. So S is given to you from outside. It is exogenously given. And as small k is going to increase, this is eventually going to fall. This S upon root k, this is going to fall over time. Please write. And the higher the level, of capital per worker, point. The lower is the average product of capital. Small y by small k. Now, what do you mean by this? How is this coming? Okay. Beta, you remember this? We started with this. Yes. This was a production function initially in our initial recordings. Yes. Okay. Then this is what? K to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha upon L. So this is what? This is your K to the power alpha into L to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1. Into L to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1. So this is what? Capital K upon L to the power alpha. So that is small k to the power alpha, right? This guy is small k to the power alpha. So this is what? Small y is equal to small k. Small y is equal to small k to the power alpha, right? Fair enough. Okay. Now, if I'm going to divide this, and this is what? This is my average product of the labor, right? But I want the average product of capital. So average product of capital. So that is k to the power alpha, L to the power alpha, into L to the power 1 minus alpha upon this. So this is going to be what? K to the power alpha minus 1 into L to the power 1 minus alpha. So I can write this as K to the power alpha minus 1 upon L to the power alpha minus 1. So this is capital K by L to the power alpha minus 1. So this is going to be small k to the power alpha minus 1. This is going to be like this, right? Small k to the power alpha minus 1. Fair enough. So this is my average product of capital. That is y by k is small k to the power alpha minus 1. Okay. Now, can I divide both numerator denominator of this with L? I can. and it doesn't change anything. So what does this thing become? Capital Y by L, small y. What does this thing become? Small k, capital K by L, small. And this is equal to your small k to the power alpha minus 1, right? This is equal to the small k to the power alpha minus. So this guy is nothing. Your AP capital K is nothing but capital Y by capital K. And you're writing it in this way. So what they are saying is that if you look at it, this small y by small k, don't be confused. The small y by small k is nothing but capital Y by capital K, which is nothing but average product of capital, right? So, and this small y by small k is nothing but small k to the power alpha minus 1, which is this. And what you are saying is that as you are using more capital per worker, right, the average product of capital is going to fall, which is true. And this is true because of diminishing productivity of the capital. Diminishing returns to capital accumulation. So please write this: because of diminishing returns to investment. Because of diminishing returns to investment. So this is the first term. This guy is the first term. And then you have the second term. Second term of what? Second term of this expression. So you have decoded this term. Now let's decode this term, which is n plus delta. There is no k here. There's no problem at all, right? So this is the second term, n plus delta. It doesn't it does not depend upon small k. It does not depend upon small k. Now comes your diagram. Just have a look at this. So you have small k on the horizontal axis. And this is this line, n plus delta. This is nowhere dependent upon small k. And here you have investment per worker or growth rate in capital, whatever. And beta, this is your first term. This guy, which is what? Small s into small y by small k, which is small s into small k to the power alpha minus 1. This I have told you now that as your small k is increasing, this term is going down. Your small y by small k is going down. S is exogenously given. So small s into small y by small k is going down. This is right. As your small k is increasing. This is what you have done. And at this particular point here, this is at this point, this thing is equal to this, means small k dot by small k is equal to 0. Beta, this is this expression now. Small k dot by small k equals to s into small k to the power alpha minus 1 minus n plus delta. So when these two are equal, that is the point of small k dot by small k to be 0. So that means what? That means your steady state. That means the growth rate in capital per worker is 0 here. This is that point. Small k star. Now the point is that supposedly you are sitting here. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Here. So what is the growth rate? Here. The growth rate is small k dot by small k. is this growth rate more or is this growth rate more? You can say this is the growth rate at when capital per worker is K1. Or is this growth rate more? This is which growth rate? Small k dot by small k, let's say 2. So this is small k1, this is small k2. Now you tell me one thing. Further away you are from the steady state, more you are growing. The nearer you are going towards steady state, the less you are growing, right? And the moment you reach towards steady state, growth is halted. Is that right? So, right. So the difference between the two lines is nothing but the growth rate. That's what it is. This is, you have drawn, this is the first term, this is the second term. The difference between the two lines is nothing but the growth rate in capital per worker. So the further, please write this line, the further an economy is below the steady state value of small k, the faster the economy grows. The faster economy grows. You with me? So the growth rate in capital per worker at K1 is more than the growth rate in capital per worker at K2, at small K2, right? So the further you are away from the steady state, the faster you are going. The nearer you are to the steady state, the lower you are going. You with me? The further an economy is below its steady state value, the faster it grows. And the further economy is above the steady state value, the faster it declines, right? So for example, you are here. So here the growth rate in decline, because now you will be moving towards it. So here you are moving towards the steady state. From here, you'll be moving towards the steady state from the right hand side. So there is the fall in the growth rate here. There's a fall in the growth rate here. So the further you are above the steady state, the faster is going to be the decline. Also, the further an economy is above its steady state value of small k, the faster small k declines. The faster small k declines. So this is your transitional dynamics in Solow, right? I hope you would have made notes and I hope you like the video, right? Thank you, Beta. Solow model with technological progress. Now in this recording, we're going to do one part of Solow model when we are bringing technological progress also into account. We are trying to show that along a balanced growth path, the rate of growth of output per worker and the capital per worker is equal to the rate of growth of technology. So up until now, we have not brought the technological progress into account while doing Solow model. Now we are bringing technology. And if you remember, in Solow model, in the last recordings, we said this, that at the steady state, capital per worker and output per worker, they were not growing. Small y dot by small y and small k dot by small k were both equal to 0. But now what we are going to show is that they will be growing at the rate of technological progress, right? So technology is going to be the source of sustained economic growth. It is the technology which is going to be the main source of the sustained economic growth, right? So to show or to generate sustained economic growth, we will be bringing technology into account. So let's have a look at that. And in the process, we are also going to define what is a balanced growth path. So I hope you will write alongside me. Please write that. To generate sustained economic growth, in per capita income, we must assume technological progress. And we are assuming that A is the variable of the growth in technology, or A is the technology variable, not the growth in technology. A is the technology variable. So the growth in A is what the technological progress is. So A is the technology variable. A is the technology variable. Now, we will be assuming a labor augmenting technology. That is, when you introduce the technology, when you use technology, it is going to make labor more productive. It could have also happened that it can make capital more effective, but that's a different assumption. So I'm writing three kinds of production function. One in which labor is augmenting, other in which capital is augmenting, and other where technological progress parameter is just multiplied with a production function. And there are different names of this. So in this class, we are assuming labor augmenting. So let me write the three kinds of production function for you. One is labor augmenting, and which you call as Harrod neutral. Right. So here, when A is increasing, it means technological progress is there. And due to that technological progress, the labor is becoming more effective. The productivity of labor is increasing. When A increases, technological progress occurs. Due to which a unit of labor becomes more productive, due to which unit of labor becomes more productive. So the kind of the production function which we are going to assume is this. So it is increasing, since this technology parameter is now multiplied with L. So it is increasing the productivity of labor. The other one is cap, and we will be assuming this, right? Labor augmenting. So other one is capital augmenting. Capital augmenting, and this you call as Solow neutral. So now the technology parameter is being multiplied with K. So it is increasing the productivity of capital. Third one is Hicks neutral. So here the technology parameter is being just multiplied with the original production function. So this was the original production function, and the technology parameter is being multiplied like this. So it doesn't change much, anything. So we are assuming that the technological progress is exogenous. This is exogenously given to you, right? So we are not worried about what is driving this technological progress. That is not what we are interested in. So this is exogenously given to you. That technological progress is exogenously given. So technology parameter is A, and A dot by A would be the growth in the technology. So that is what we are assuming, that this is exogenously given to you as G. This is exogenously given to you as G. Suppose A naught is the initial level of technology, right? This is the technological progress, sorry, this is the level of technology after T periods. When technology is growing at the rate of T, A naught is the initial level of technology. Technology is growing at the rate of G for T periods. So the resultant level of technology after T periods is 80. So if you take time log derivatives, so first of all, take log of both the sides. The log of e to the power k is just k. So in this case, it is just gt. D log of, and then differentiate this with respect to t. You differentiate this thing with respect to t is just g, right? So what is this? This is 1 upon a dA by dt. But this is just a constant, so this will be 0. And what is this dA by dt? That is a dot by a, which is equal to g. So this is what has been written out here. This is what has been written out here. So g is the parameter which is showing the increase in technology or the growth rate in technology. This is the parameter which is representing the growth rate in technology, right? Then y is equal to a to the power alpha al to the power 1 minus alpha is given to you, right? So let's say I divide both sides by al. Al is the effective labor. ऐसे लिख सकते हैं, we can write like this. So this is small y, this is small k to the power alpha, but this one is output per effective labor. This is capital per effective labor. Okay. Achha, there are some books which write it this way. They say divide both sides by L. We've written like this. So it becomes what? A to the power 1 minus alpha, k to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1. So it becomes A to the power 1 minus alpha, k to the power alpha, L to the power 1 minus L to the power minus alpha. So beta, this k to the power alpha into L to the power minus alpha is what? K by L to the power alpha. Like this. This is my graph, right? Then I take log of both the sides. Alpha log of k plus 1 minus alpha log of a. I take time log derivatives. D log of small y by dt is equal to alpha d log of small k by dt plus 1 minus alpha d log of small A by dt. Beta, what would this be? 1 by small y, d small y by dt, alpha 1 by small k, d small k by dt, plus 1 minus alpha 1 upon capital A, d capital A by dt. So this thing becomes what? 1 upon small y into y dot. D small y by dt is what? Y dot. Like this. So keep this thing in head. Keep this thing in head. This is an important expression for us. We'll be coming back to this. We'll be coming back to this. Okay. Acha, you tell me one thing. What was our capital accumulation equation? Right. Capital K dot S capital Y minus delta K. This was our capital accumulation equation. And even with the model with technological progress, this particular equation is not changing. I'm not saying about the key equation of Solow model. I'm talking about this guy, right? This capital accumulation equation doesn't change. So if I divide both the sides by capital K, it becomes capital K dot by capital K S capital Y by capital K minus delta. It is like this, right? So what is capital K dot by capital K? That is the growth rate in capital K. Or growth in capital K, right? Okay. Now, if you look at this growth rate in capital K, beta S is exogenously given to you, small s, that is savings rate. Delta is exogenously given to you, small delta, that's given to you. So if you want that the your growth rate of capital K to be constant, then you would want Y, capital Y by K to grow at the constant rate. That's what you want. So growth rate, because beta small s is exogenously given to you, delta is exogenously given to you. They are not changing. So if you do not want that the growth rate in capital K do not change, then this would definitely mean that growth rate of capital K will not change only when capital Y by K is not changing, right? That is capital Y by K is constant. Growth rate in capital K will be constant if and only if capital Y by K is constant. If and only if capital Y by K is constant. One thing. Achha, you tell me one thing. Your small Y by K. Achha, how should I write this? Small Y by K. Can I write it like this? Okay, you have capital Y by K. Okay, I divide numerator and denominator by L. So this thing will become what? Capital Y by L upon capital K by L. But what is this? This is small y What is capital K by L? Small k. Right? Acha, you tell me, L is growing at the constant rate. This is the labor force, no? And if capital Y by K is constant, capital Y by capital K is constant, and L is given to you, you have assumed it, that L is growing at the constant rate, then small y by K is also constant. Small y by K is also constant. You understood this? This is important for us, right? Okay, third point. Beta, you are saying small y by small k is constant. So this would mean that when will this be constant? When the growth rate in small y and the growth rate in small k is growing at the same rate. When small y and small k, small y by small k is constant. Right. Then small y and small k are growing at the same rate. They are growing at the same rate, right? Small y by small k is constant. If this needs to be constant, then small y and small k, they have to grow at the same rate. Otherwise, this will not remain constant, right? So what is the balanced growth path? Balanced growth path is the situation in which capital, output, consumption, labor, all of them, they are growing at the same rate. All of them, they are growing at the same rate. So please write this. A situation in which capital, output, consumption, and population are growing at the same rate. It's not same rate. It are growing at the constant rate. Is called balanced growth path, right? It's called balanced growth path. So I'm not saying that the population is also growing at the same rate as capital and output, nothing like that. But they're growing at the same rate. And mind you, when you say that in the steady state is also the special case of the balanced growth path. So although they are growing at zero, but that also is a constant rate. So the situation for the balanced growth path is that all of them, they should grow at a constant rate, right? Okay. Acha, now come back to the equation which you have derived. This is what you've derived, beta. You've derived this, na? Small y dot by small y is equal to alpha small k dot by small k plus 1 minus alpha capital A dot by capital A. What is this small y dot by small y? Growth rate in output per worker. What is this small k dot by small k? Growth rate in capital per worker. What is this capital A dot by capital A? Growth rate in technology, which you have assumed it to be G. We have assumed this away. But हमने तो अभी कह दिया that small y by k is constant. So this would mean that small y and small k should be growing at the same rate. So it means what? The growth rate in small y is equal to growth rate in small k. So can I write gy equals to alpha gy plus 1 minus alpha g? I can write like this. So can I write 1 minus alpha gy equals to 1 minus alpha g? So this 1 minus alpha and 1 minus alpha will get cancelled out, and you will have gy equals to g. But gy is equal to gk. So therefore, gy is equal to gk is equal to this thing. So this is an extremely important result, because what is this result telling you? That the output per worker and capital per worker, they are growing at the rate of the growth in technology, right? Thus, and this is happening along the balanced growth path. Thus, along the balanced growth path, output per worker and capital per worker are growing at the constant rate. That is the rate of growth of technological progress. That is the rate of exogenous technology, technological change, or the growth rate of technological progress. This is a very powerful result. In the model without technology, what is it that you have said? In the model without technology, you have said that small k dot by small k, that means g small k, and small y dot by small y, that means g small y, they are equal to 0 at the steady state. That's what you said. But here what you are saying is that the growth rate in output per worker is equal to the growth rate of technology. So it means that the technology is the source of sustained economic growth. That's an idea. Technology is the source of sustained economic growth. So this is what I want to do in the first part of your Solow model with technological progress. So we'll take the discussion further in the next class. Thank you, Beta. Solow model with technology. This is part 2 in this series. So I hope you remember that we have written this kind of production function, right? K to the power alpha, AL to the power 1 minus alpha, right? K to the power alpha, AL to the power 1 minus alpha, where alpha is lying between 0 to 1. So if I divide both sides by AL, we will be getting this guy. K to the power alpha, AL to the power 1 minus alpha minus 1. This is capital Y by AL. So let us call this as Y curl, and this guy is small k curl to the power alpha, right? K curl to the power alpha. K curl is nothing but the capital per effective labor. Or you can also write the ratio of capital per worker to technology, right? Ratio of capital per worker to technology. Okay. And this is your output technology ratio. Y curl is called output technology ratio. So our K curl is capital K by L. So I can write log of K curl as log of capital K minus log of L. That is log of capital K minus log of A minus log of L. D log of small k curl, D log of capital K minus D log of A minus D log of L. So I'll take the time log derivatives. I mean, just differentiate this with respect to time. So what will this be? 1 upon small k curl d small k curl by dt equals to 1 upon capital K d capital K by dt minus 1 upon dA dA by dt minus 1 upon L dL by dt. What is this? D K, d small k curl by dt is what? K curl dot upon k curl, upon small k curl. This is capital K dot by capital K minus A dot by A minus L dot by L, like this. Right? So you have this guy with you. Fair enough. Okay. So can I write this as small k, capital K dot by capital K. Now, capital A dot by capital A is G. L dot by L is N. This you know. That is the rate of growth of technology is G, rate of growth of labor forces N. This is exogenously given to you. This is what we are assuming it since throughout. Okay. Now, what about this guy? How can I write this? This equation, your capital K dot equation. Here, there is not much change in the capital K dot equation. That is Sy minus delta K. S capital Y minus delta K upon K minus G minus N. This is the capital accumulation equation, beta. We have written this in the last recording. If you have forgotten it, please have a look at that. This is, sorry, this is small s capital Y upon capital K minus capital K will get cancelled out, minus N plus G plus delta. Like this. Okay. Okay. Now, can I divide both the sides by L? I can. I can divide this both the sides by L. You know what? I should not be dividing it by L. I should rather be dividing it by AL, because to keep everything same. No? So you have what? S small y curl upon small k curl small k curl dot upon small k curl. Can I? Okay, can I just multiply both the sides by small k curl? I can. So small k curl dot is equal to S into small y curl minus N plus G plus delta small k curl, like this. Right. So this is almost same as the key equation of your Solow model without technological progress, but you have written the key equation of Solow model with technological progress also. Equation of Solow model with the technological progress, right? With the technological progress. Now the point is, The diagram is also more or less same, right? There isn't much difference in case of the Solow diagram also. Small k curl, and here you have your investment per worker, this thing. So you remember it better. Your production function in the intensive form is small y curl, small k curl to the power alpha, right? And your this guy, this is s small y curl minus n plus delta plus g small k curl. So you draw this function. I have told you in Solow model without technological progress also, if you have seen that recording, that this is the concave shaped production function. If you haven't seen that, please see to that. Then we have also talked about this, that if you multiply both the sides of this, if you multiply this production function in the intensive form with small s on both the sides, then you will get the new curve. So let me just call this as y curl, small k curl to the power alpha. Then you will get the new curve like this. It is the dampened version of y curl curve, because s is lying between 0 to 1. So this is a dampened version of that curve. Here you have, this is what it is. Your n plus g plus delta plus k curve, n plus g plus delta plus k curve, right? So this is your replacement level of capital per worker, and where these two are equal, because at this steady state, k curl dot is equal to 0. That means s k curl to the power alpha like this. So you guys have what? So you have s upon n plus g upon delta. This is k curl to the power 1 upon k curl to the power alpha. So this is k curl to the power 1 minus alpha. So at what level of k curl will these two be equal? When k curl is equal to s small s upon n plus g plus delta to the power 1 upon 1 minus alpha. To the power n upon, small k curl to the small k curl star is the steady state level of capital per worker in Solow model with technological progress, and the level is given by small s upon n plus g plus delta to the power 1 upon 1 minus alpha, and that is coming at this point. K curl star, that is coming at this thing. So if, let's say, economies start at the capital technology ratio, which is less than small k curl star, let's say at small k curl naught, right? Then what will happen is that eventually economy will move towards the steady state level of k curl, that is k curl star, right? Because this is showing you, this point is showing you the amount of investment being undertaken, right? And this is telling you the amount of investment which needs to be undertaken to keep the capital technology ratio constant. So when you are investing more than what is being needed, then definitely capital technology ratio is going to increase over time. So you might write one line, please write, if or at k naught, at small k naught curl, the investment being undertaken exceeds the amount needed to keep the capital technology ratio right. Uh, so capital technology ratio will increase over time till steady state is reached. And where is steady state reached? When small k curl star is given by small s upon n plus g plus delta to the power 1 upon 1 minus alpha, right? And at point of small k curl star, the economy is growing at a balanced growth path. So we have talked about the balanced growth path in the last recording, right? Economy is at the steady state and grows along the balanced growth path. And this is growing along the balanced growth path. You with me, beta? Right? So this is what I wanted to do in this recording. Thank you, beta. Solow model with technological progress. This is part 3 in this series. Here, now we are going to see comparative statics. Means we're going to assume supposedly the savings rate is going to increase. How this is going to affect the steady state in technological progress, one. And secondly, what is going to be the effect on the time paths? I mean, how do you draw the time paths? So for the capital per effective labor, let's say. So comparative statics. Comparative statics, right? So what we are saying is that we are going to see how the steady state level is going to be changed. How the steady state level is going to be changed in Solow model with technology when savings rate is going to change. And we will be also finding out the time paths for the variables. But this is your S small k curl alpha, right? And this guy is your n plus g plus delta k curl. This is the initial level of steady state. This is the initial level of steady state k naught star. Okay. Now, this Solow diagram you have drawn in part 2 already. Now, supposedly, the savings rate will increase. So when the savings rate will increase, your is going to be S dash k to the power alpha. Now, savings rate increase from S to S dash. So your capital per effective labor, this will also increase from k curl naught star to k curl 1 star. So the steady state earlier was sitting here, now it is sitting here. So at the old steady state and the new savings rate, which is given by the green line, at the old steady state level of capital per effective labor and the new savings rate, the number of machines added is more than the number of machines need to be added. So naturally, the capital per worker is going to increase, and this is going to increase till new steady state is reached. So there isn't much difference as far as this guy is concerned. The case without technological progress also. The case without technological progress also. Okay. Now, can we write our expression which we derived yesterday? You remember we derived this thing yesterday? K small k curl dot is equal to S y small k curl minus n plus delta plus g small k. This was the key equation of Solow model with technological progress. This was the key equation of Solow model with technological progress. Now, can I divide both the sides by k curl? I can. S small y curl upon small k curl minus n plus g plus delta. Fair enough. Okay, now you tell me one thing. Your y curl was k curl to the power alpha. This also you have derived in the first part of technological progress, in which you wrote that this is the production function in the intensive form, where k curl is the effective labor. Fair enough. So if I write y curl by k curl, this is going to be k curl to the power alpha upon k curl. That is k curl to the power alpha minus. That is k curl to the power alpha minus. Right? Okay. Now, can I write this expression as this guy? Okay. So basically, I have k curl dot by k curl is equal to S small s k curl to the power alpha minus 1 minus n plus g plus delta minus n plus g plus delta, right? Minus n plus g plus delta. Fair enough. Now, what I'll do is just have a look at this. This is k curl, and this is your k curl by k curl, k curl dot by k curl. So, and this is made up of two things. One is S into k curl to the power alpha minus 1, and this is n plus g plus delta. So n plus g plus delta is not at all dependent upon k curl. So this is just the straight line like this. Now, as k curl is going to increase, and since alpha is lying between 0 to 1, this guy is going to fall. No? Like this. This guy is going to fall. And when these two curves, when this curve s into k curl to the power alpha minus 1 and this n plus g plus delta, when they are equal, then beta this k curl dot by k curl is equal to 0. No? This is that point. And this is the steady state level, k curl star. No? Now, this is, let's say, the first steady state given by this. Now, supposedly, the savings rate will increase. So there is a shift of this curve like this. This is S dash k curl to the power alpha minus 1. No? Huh? So at the initial steady state and the new savings rate. At the initial steady state and the new savings rate. This difference, beta. This difference is nothing but k curl dot by k. When I say k, I mean small k curl dot by small k curl. That is the growth. That is growth. Now, what you are saying is that, can you see this now? This growth is declining over time. And again, this declines till this particular point where again these 2 points are equal. Your S dash k curl to the power alpha minus 1 and n plus g plus delta are equal again at the new steady state. K curl star. So you guys could see this. At the initial steady state level of capital per effective labor and the new savings rate, the growth rate temporarily increases. But then again, it falls till the new steady state is reached. So at the steady state, again, there is no growth. That is first point. That is first point. So keep this thing in head. Please write this. The increase in S to S dash raises the growth rate temporarily as the economy transits to the new steady state small k curl star 1, right? But जो G है, that G was the growth rate in technology. That is constant. One thing. Since G is constant, faster growth in K curl, in small K curl, along the transition path implies, let me just write that and then I'll explain, implies that output per worker increases more rapidly than G, right? That is small y dot by small y is greater than G, is greater than G. So what you're trying to say? You're trying to say this. What do you mean by this particular point? You mean this, beta. This is time. This is small y dot by small y. This you know that this is the growth rate in output per worker. Acha, you did this thing yesterday, na? Growth rate in capital per worker, growth rate in output per worker in the model with technological progress, they are growing at the rate of G, right? They're growing at the rate of G in the steady state. In the steady state. In model without technological progress, they were not growing in the steady state. But in the model with technological progress, they are growing. So this is G. At time period T star, your what do you call savings rate has increased. So suddenly the output per worker has increased. Suddenly output per worker has increased. But then again, the growth rate has started falling, 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 falling. Till it again comes back at G. Till it again comes back at G. That's an idea. Till it again comes back at G. You with me? So it does not have a growth effect. It does not have the growth effect. So the policy change. What do you mean by policy change? Policy change here means increase in investment rate, increase in the savings rate. This increases the growth rate, but it increases the growth rate only temporarily, because that growth rate again comes back to G over the period of time, right? So write this line, note that. Policy changes in the Solow model increases growth rate, but only temporarily. Along the transition to the new steady state. So it means what? That the policy changes have no growth effects. That's an important line for us. It can come as a question. That is, policy changes have no long run policy changes have no long run growth effects. But the second point is that the policy changes can have the level effect. Policy changes can have the level effect. So please write policy changes when I say policy changes, it means, I mean, here in this example, I mean that your savings rate is increasing. Can have level effects. Policy changes can have level effects. So what do you mean by this? So here you have time. Here you have log of small y, right? Log of small y. So d log of small y by dt, that is your 1 by y, ty by dt, that is y dot by y. So it means that one thing is that output per worker was growing at the level of G till time period T. Till time period T. And then suddenly at the time period T, or you can say T star, at time period T star, the policy has changed that now the savings rate will be S dash. So it will increase and then again it will come back to G. And then again it will come back to G. So you can see this beta. This is the level effect. This guy is the level effect. So at the time of the policy change, output per worker started growing more rapidly. And then again, growth fell and it again started growing at G. But now the level has increased. Although the growth has again, so it was growing at G here, it is growing at G here. But in between, it was growing at greater than G. But the level has increased now, right? So it started growing at G, it again started growing at more than G, but then again it again started growing at G. Yahi cheez to kari. I mean, this is what you did here also. It was growing at G, it was growing at greater than G, and then again it started growing at G. That's what you did. So here also, it is growing at G, greater than G, and again going back at G. But this is a level effect, which is happening. This is the level effect. So the permanent policy change can permanently raise or reduce the level of per capita output. That is an idea in this. So this is what I wanted to do in this class. Thank you, Beta. Convergence in Solow growth model. What do we mean by convergence? Under certain circumstances, backward countries would converge towards the rich countries, right? So in order to close the gap between the rich and the poor countries, in this process of catching up, when backward countries are catching up with the forward countries, that process is called convergence. So let me write this point and then I'll move forward. Please write under circumstances, under certain circumstances, backward countries would tend to grow faster than rich countries in order to close the gap between the two countries. And this phenomena of catching up is called convergence. This phenomena of catching up is called convergence, right? So what is the second point? So Solow growth model, I mean, we are making two assumptions about the convergence. One, we have two identical countries. So when we say two identical countries, means all the parameters are same. They have same total factor productivity growth. They have same labor force growth. They have same savings rate. So the initial assumptions, initial conditions are same, right? That is, we have two countries, so assumptions. We have two identical countries. Same total factor productivity growth. Labor force growth. Savings rate, right? And the other assumption is that although they are identical, means their growth rates for total factor productivity is same, their growth rate for labor force is same, their growth rate in their savings rate is same. But initially, one country is starting with the higher capital per labor and hence higher output per labor, and the another country is starting with a lower capital per labor and hence lower output per labor, right? So the rich country has initially a higher level of capital per worker relative to the poor country. So if they're starting with the higher capital per labor, it means that they have higher output per labor also, right? I hope you remember we did this now, small y is equal to small k to the power alpha. This was the production function in the intensive form. So you start with small k to the power alpha, means you have the higher capital labor ratio. It is going to transform into higher output per labor ratio, and consequently higher output per labor, right? Higher output per labor. Fair enough. So up until now, we haven't come to the point of convergence, right? I'm just going to show it to you. Beta, so you have, I hope you remember this curve, SFK curve, right? And this guy is your n plus delta k curve. And at this point, you have steady state level of capital labor ratio. Now, rich country is starting with the higher capital labor ratio, and poor country is starting with the lower capital labor ratio. Rich country is starting with the higher capital labor ratio, and poor country is starting with the lower capital labor ratio, right? Now, if you just have a look at it, both of them are going to converge towards K star. The growth rate which the rich country requires to reach towards K star is lesser than as compared to the growth rate which the poor country would require to reach towards the K star. So poor country will start converging towards the rich country. Both of them will converge towards K star. Rich country requires lower growth rate, and the poor country requires higher growth rate to reach towards K star, which you show diagrammatically as this also. Which you show diagrammatically as this also. You have log of capital Y and T out here. And this is, let's say, the long run growth path. This is what we have as the long run growth path. And so rich country will converge like this. Poor countries starting with a lower capital labor ratio. Will also converge toward this way, right? So what you're trying to say is that the countries which have the lower output per worker or income per worker, they have higher growth rates in income per worker. You get the point? You want to see the negative correlation between the level of income of the country and the growth rates. So what you're trying to see is, I mean, in the panel where you have certain countries, there are some rich countries, some poor countries. You want to see, I mean, when the convergence is going to happen is when the countries which have lower income per capita, they will have higher growth rates this way. But empirically, what they found was this, that when they looked at convergence, among all countries. They found it does not happen. I'm making 3 diagrams. It will make things little clear to you. So here you have the percentage growth rate in income per worker, and here you have income per worker, right? So now what I'm doing is this. Just see this. 20, 40, 80, 100, 120, and so on. Here at this point, you have -4, -2, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. So one of the country whose income is less, it is having a high growth rate. But there are some countries whose income is less, their growth rates are also low. There are countries whose income is less, their growth rates are low. But there are some countries whose income, here there is one country whose income is more, but their growth rate is less. But there are some countries whose income is more, their growth rate is also more. So the point which I want to make is that when they ran the regression, or when they find out the correlation, they find this, that it is not necessary that the countries which have low income per worker, they will also have the high percentage growth rate in income per worker. You want the negative correlation. But this they found that if you look at the entire data of all the countries together, you do not get this point where you see the negative correlation, because in case if there is negative correlation, so which country will have the lower income per worker? Poor country. When will the convergence is going to happen? Convergence is going to happen when the poor country is going to have the higher growth rates. But okay, this is happening here, yes, but this is not happening here. And the higher income countries will have the lower growth rates. This is happening here, but this is not happening here. So it is not necessary that the convergence, you will be able to see convergence when you take up the data for all the countries together. That's not necessary. So you would like to see the negative correlation. So please write this. We would like to see a negative correlation so that poor countries are growing faster than rich countries, thus catching up. Thus catching up. So here you do not see this. Here you do not see this. That is, if you look at the data for all the countries together for a long time period, you won't be able to see this. But then what happens is that if you look at only some rich countries, so you take up the subset of countries, you take up only those countries which are rich. I mean, why are we saying that this is not happening? So you look at the country like Ethiopia. So do we see this, that of course Ethiopia has the low income? Does it also have the high growth rate? No. Is it able to catch up with US? No. But if you look at only the subset of countries, supposedly you look at only a few rich countries, And then you look at the data, then you will find that yes, there is some evidence of catching up. There is some evidence of convergence, right? So convergence, please write this. Occurs to some extent among rich countries. So among rich countries, yes, you'd see convergence happening. So here, just see, you write it like this: 50, 60, 90, 100, 110, and so on. Right? -1, -0.5, 0, 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, and 2.5, and so on. So you have this. So among the rich countries whose income is less, you find some countries, yes, they have the high growth rates among the rich countries. Among the rich countries whose income is more, you find that yes, they have the low growth rates. So there is some evidence of convergence in what do you call rich countries, that yes, you see this kind of negative correlation there in case of rich countries, that yes, there is. Among poor countries, again, you do not see convergence. I mean, this is what so convergence does not occur among poor countries. Right. So here you started like this: 2, 4, 10, 18. You have -4, -2, 0, 2, 4, 6. So again, here you do not find any pattern. No, that's not necessary. So you do not find convergence among the poor countries. You do not find convergence among the poor countries. So you do not see convergence happening in all countries. You do not see convergence happening in poor countries. You see convergence happening to a certain extent in rich countries. Here comes the difference between the unconditional and the conditional convergence. So I'll be telling you about the conditional and conditional convergence in the next class. But the question which we want to answer in this class is, why do we actually not see that convergence is happening in all countries? Why exactly it is happening? Why are we not seeing convergence happening in all countries? The basic reason could be that the access to technology is not same for all the countries. It is not same. Can we say that Ethiopia has the same access to technology as US has? Okay, can we say that India has the same access to technology what US has, what UK has? So the access to technology is not same. So what you assumed earlier, that all countries are identical. they have the same savings rate, they have the same population growth rate, they have the same labor force growth rate, they have the same technology. No, that assumption is wrong. So not all countries have the same technology. So the technology access is different. And because the access to technology is different, you do not find the evidence of convergence in all countries. That's an idea, right? So countries do not have access to same technology. So our assumptions, they do not. And why do we think that countries do not have the same access to technology? The main reason could be that the countries that do not have the same access to technology because of government intervention. How government intervention is going to create the problem in technology, problem in access to technology? The reason is government intervention may have created labor unions. Labor unions have got bargaining power because of this government intervention. These labor unions will not allow firms to access the technology which is going to hamper their own employment, right? So here government intervention is coming. Because of government intervention, you have labor unions. Because of these labor unions, they will not allow firms to have an access to technology. I mean, which labor unions do not want? One. Other reason could be that government intervention can also create barriers to international trade. When government intervention can create barriers to international trade, then the domestic firms, if they want a better technology, which the foreign firms are using, they will not have an access to that. So because of this reason also, the convergence is not going to happen. So government intervention could maybe create problems because it might create trade unions for the reasons I've told you, how this will hamper the same access of technology for all the countries. Secondly, it can also lead to barriers to international trade. So because governments, they might create barriers to international trade. And why do government create barriers to international trade? Because government has the nationalist policies. Government has the protectionist policies. They want to protect their indigenous industries. They want to protect their industries from the foreign competition. They want their industries to grow, first of all, without any competition. But the problem is there is no growth without competition. That is always there. So this is about the meaning of convergence. So I'm going to connect this with Solow growth model also with a diagram. And I'll be telling you about the conditional and the unconditional convergence in the next class, right? Thank you, Beta. So we were discussing convergence and Solow growth model. We have already talked about the meaning of convergence. If you remember, we have derived the key equation of Solow model earlier also. So this is K curl dot is SYK curl minus N plus delta plus G K curl. I can divide both the sides by K curl. So it is K curl dot by K curl Syk curl upon k curl minus n plus g plus delta. What is k curl dot by k curl? That is the growth rate in k curl, right? Achha, what is this? K curl to the power alpha upon k curl. So I'm not repeating all of this again, beta, but I just want to show you. This is what we have already done, right? So it's not nothing new. Here we have talked about these things. You remember this guy? So you started with the key equation, you divided both the sides by k, you got k dot by k, all this. So we are talking about the same thing out here as well. And we'll be reaching to this diagram again. But right now we are just writing all of this in the context of convergence. That's what we are trying to do out here. So I hope you remember that the production function in the intensive form, we are writing it this way. So we are assuming the same production function. Capital Y is equal to capital K to the power alpha into L to the power 1 minus alpha. And when you write this in the intensive form, it becomes small y curl is equal to small k curl to the power alpha minus n plus g plus delta. K curl dot by k curl. And here you have k curl dot by k curl as S. And when I say k, I mean small k out here to the power alpha minus 1 minus n plus g plus delta. Acha, remember one thing. When you say small y curl upon small k curl, that would mean what? The average product. Why? Because this is what? Capital Y upon L on capital K upon L, right? That is nothing but the average product of capital. And this is nothing but the average product of capital. One thing. Second thing, as K curl is rising, that is as capital labor ratio rise, but capital is subject to the diminishing returns. No, so this average product is going to fall. So this small y curl upon small k curl is nothing but the average product of capital, and that is nothing but small k curl to the power alpha minus 1 at this point. In particular, capital K to the power alpha minus 1 declines as K curl rises because of the diminishing returns to capital accumulation in neoclassical model. One thing, okay. How is all this related to convergence? Wait, this is what you have said, na? As your small k curl is increasing, this guy is going to fall, na? S into k curl to the power alpha minus 1. This is going to fall. This is falling. like this. For the reason I've just told you. This term is independent of K curl. So this is just like this. It's just like this. Okay. So at this particular point, there is a steady state. Steady state means here the growth rate in capital per worker is 0. You can call this as K-curl star. You can call this as K-curl star. Fair enough. Now suppose that there are two economies. One economy is starting with the lower capital per labor. Call this as poor economy. So what is the growth rate, beta? Growth rate is the difference between the two terms, these two terms. Right? So this difference is the growth rate of the poor economy. Fair enough. Okay. Let us say there is another economy which is starting with the higher capital labor ratio. Rich economy. Huh? Again, growth rate is a difference between these two terms. So what is the difference here for the higher for the this economy? Your rich economy, this much. So this is the growth rate of poor economy. This guy is the growth rate of rich economy. Both of them are converging towards this point, steady state. Have it done. Both of them are converging towards the steady state. So if both the economies, they have the same technology, right? They have the same investment rate, they have the same savings rate, they have the same rates of population growth, means the parameters are same. So what will happen is that the poor economy will grow faster as compared to the rich economy, right? So output per worker gap between the poor and the rich economy will become narrower and narrower as you move on, right? And both the economies, they will approach towards the same steady state. But the assumption is that both economies have same savings rate, same technology, same population growth rate, same investment rate, all of that. So the initial conditions are same. The only thing which is different is that they are starting with a different level of the capital labor ratio. That's it, right? So among the countries that have the similar initial conditions, or you can say that among the countries that have the same steady state, the convergence hypothesis will hold. Poor countries will catch up with the rich countries. Among the countries which have similar steady states, the convergence hypothesis is holding, that poor countries are converging towards rich countries and they're converging towards the same steady state, right? That's an idea. So this is the important prediction of important prediction of Solow model. Please write this, and I want, if possible, please write this in your answer also. Among countries that have the same steady state, The convergence hypothesis should hold. That is, poor countries should grow faster on average than rich countries. On average than rich countries. Right. And this is a very reasonable assumption as far as industrialized nations are concerned. They have almost the similar population growth rate, similar savings rate, similar technology level. So for industrialized countries, yes, the convergence hypothesis is going to hold, right? So neoclassical model is going to predict that the convergence is going to be this, right? But if you're going to look for all the countries of the world together, then the convergence hypothesis is not going to hold, because you cannot just compare industrialized nations as compared to least developed countries, right? They don't have the same set of technology. They don't have the same savings rate. They don't have the same population growth rate. So you can't say that all of them are going to converge towards the same steady state. No, right? So the differences in one more thing is that there can be the differences in the income levels, which is going to have the impact on the steady state levels also. So it can result in the different steady states as well. So please write this thing. The differences in income levels around the world the differences in income levels around the world largely reflect the differences in steady states. So because all countries, they do not have the same investment rate, all countries do not have the same population growth rate, all countries do not have the same savings rate, same technology levels, so you cannot expect that all countries will converge toward the same steady state. Here convergence hypothesis is not going to hold, right? So please write, because all countries do not have the same investment rate, population growth rates, technology levels, they are not They are not generally expected to grow towards the same steady state target. The same steady state target, right? Acha, this is one prediction of the Solow model. The another prediction of the Solow model. Another prediction. Another prediction is what, bhai? If the economy is far below the steady state level, the higher is going to be the growth rate of that economy, right? The faster economy is going to grow. While the further economy is above the steady state level, the slower economy should, right? That is also one thing. Please write this. The further economy is below its steady state, the faster the economy should grow. The further an economy is above the steady state, the slower economy should grow, right? The slower economy should grow. So these are the two main predictions of the Solow model. And this is what your convergence hypothesis is. So the unconditional convergence is whatever be your level of steady state, whatever be the level of population growth rate, investment rate, savings rate, all economies will converge towards a steady state, right? Conditional convergence, and this is not supported by data. Unconditional convergence is not supported by data. You have seen this. I've given you the examples yesterday also in terms of a diagram. Conditional convergence is somewhat supported by data. That is an example of the industrialized nation. So you, instead of looking at all the countries together, if you look at the subset of countries, the countries which have the similar savings rate, similar population growth rate, similar technology levels, they tend to, among those countries, the poorer countries will converge towards the rich countries. That's an idea. So that is the meaning of unconditional and the conditional convergence, right? Okay, beta. So this is what I wanted to do in this class. Thank you. So more or less, I think by this recording, I have completed mostly what I have to do in the Solow model. So I'll pick up something new in the next class. Thank you, beta.